Your thing is not working today?
I don't know what to do with it.
two, 1 2 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 good morning 1 2 iko sawa poa.
Tony iko sawa.
One, two. Ongea.
Hello, Tony. Tony, 1 2 1 2. Tony, can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2.
Paul.
Yes. Tony, can you speak?
Yes. Nakusikia.
Okay. That it's clear. It's clear.
Iko sawa.
Iko sawa.
Okay.
Okay, 1 2 1 2.
One, two, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 your user 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 unaweza sikia 1 2 unasikia 1 2 sawa 1 2 1 2 Paul unasikia 1 2 unasikia
Hello, 1 2. Hello, testing. Hello,
1 2
hello, mic check. Sikia, lakini mimi unisikii. Nakusikia lakini mimi unisikii. Hello, 1 2. Tony, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Hello, Tony. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
What? What?
Tony, mic check. 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2 Paul. Paul.
Yeah, it's clear.
Paul. 1 2 1 2 1 2
morning, everyone. You are welcome to our day 5 and the last day and the last session for presentations. People on Zoom, are you able to hear us?
Yes, you can hear.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Our presenter is already here, Professor Anthony Gachanga. So I can introduce him as IT people. Professor Anthony Gachanga holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of Nairobi and a master's degree in analytical science and a PhD in analytical chemistry from the University of Hull in the UK, which he got in 1991. After there, he proceeded to the University of Plymouth for postdoctoral fellowship in a project on fabrication and design of flow through chemiluminescence detector for application in flow injection and liquid chromatography. Professor Gachang is also the head of analytical laboratory at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology and has a vibrant research group. The research group is involved in environmental and analytical research in areas of air and water quality. And currently they are working on emerging pollutants such as pharmaceuticals and home care products in the environment, pesticide residues, use of nanocellulose in water purification, gaseous and particulate pollution in air. Professor Chang also has been working with the Royal Society of Chemistry and JSSK to train researchers in Africa on GCMS instrumentation and its application. He's also a visiting scientist at the University of Plymouth in the UK and Jyväskylä University in Finland. He will be presenting title GCMS and LCMS for identification of chemical markers and profiling of phytomedicines. And join me as we welcome Professor Gachanga. You're welcome.
Good morning. As introduced, my name is Gachanja from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. We do have trainings for GC, MS, and LC, MS. And these are for Africa, and they have been funded through PACN, that is Pan-African Chemistry Network, and the RSC. When I got this invitation, I was worried because we do our training. For GCMS, it's 1 whole week. For LCMS, it's 1 week. Now, what do I come with? For that reason, I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to come for an overview. I'm not going to come for a presentation. We have participants from different regions of Africa. I asked myself, how far can we go? How much? Because the background of these techniques is very important. How many of us have experience in GCMS? How many? Yes, you see, it's a handful. How many of us have experience in LCMSMS? Yeah, so I was worried, where do I begin? Within my movements, within Africa, I know perhaps how far we have, the instrumentation that is available to us as chemists here in Africa. Although I've not been to Makerere, I have interacted with colleagues from Makerere. This year or last year, yeah, this year we had 5 training workshops from people from all over Africa. So with that, I was unsure of what to come with. However, I think I decided to take a certain path, but you can interrupt at any time. You can say, stop, let's do this, explain more on this. Let's see how far we go on to some of this. I see some of the participants are people I know. I can see we've interacted in some of those trainings in one way or another. So, take some delay. Okay, looks like everything is there. I decided now that it's a natural product workshop. We all know this section. The extraction, we extract our material. I didn't want to go to how you collect it, you extract it, purify it, and then analysis. And I guess for all of us, this is not a challenge. For many of us, this is also something that we are used to. Many of us are using a solvent regime. We are using the column. Preparative LC, how many? I don't know how many of us are actually using preparative LC. And I remember, I think one of our universities, Egerton University, got an equipment for preparative LC. So you want it blown up, made bigger? Focus this one. It's my eyes. Yeah. So let's see. Here we have issues. I would say as a continent, we have issues here because many of us are using just the solvents and packing the column. But technology is such that preparative LC that is not manual is the way that everybody has gone. So once again, TLC is still available, but now it has moved the extra step of being automated. And these are directions which we should take over. We should, as institutions, move forward to making this one more mechanized. And really, I think what you get here is semi-crude or pure. And that is where the challenge now comes here for, is it pure? Is it crude? How pure is it? And then how do I do the analysis? We, as a continent, have challenges. I think IR is quite available. LCMS, GCMS is it's sometimes not as available. The GC and also the MS. How many people have access to an MS? Access to MS? Yes. Now, it's an issue. It is really an issue. So if we don't have access even to the basic MS, that is just the quadruple MS, then we need to do something. It is on that ground that, well, I decided, how do we prepare for analysis for LCMS, GCMS? My presentation and my discussion with you will be more onto the preparation rather than the analysis itself. Should we obviously want to discuss further, it is possible, but as a scientist, when I want, being a natural product scientist, and I want to prepare my sample so that I can take it for GCMS, LCMS, what do I need to know? This is a challenge, and this is something that happens time and again, because somebody comes to my lab. We have well, for purposes of records, we would say we have 2 GCMSs and 2 LCMSs. But for purposes of practical, you know the difference between the two? There is what we put in the books and what you really use. We use a GCMS with a single quad, a single quadruple, and that is actually the beginning. This is a Shimanzu 2010. And then we have an LC MSMS, and this is a Waters triple Q. They are not the most current instruments, but they work. So people will come to our lab carrying a sample of crude of extract here. The sample that they come with is in a small bottle. And it is, if you look at it, it's a solid, it is dark, it is blackish, it is that is not a sample we can actually be able to inject into our GCMS. You can't inject that. Why? The reasons are many, but one of the reasons is it's too dirty for the system. We will go step by step. I'll try and explain a few things. What I intend is I want to spend some time on the GCMS, and then I spend a little bit of time into the LCMS. But it's a question more onto preparation. I think one or two of people can be able to do interpretations, and that is a job for another day. How you interpret the spectra and what kind of spectra. But at the offset, let me start by saying the analysis of the natural products is key for us in Africa, because that is one of our strengths. That is one of the things that is we can give to the rest of the world. But unfortunately, it is always done by other people. So at the end of the day, we lose on the IP and what we can actually benefit from it. Most of this is actually, that is what you get, products, but usually it should be guided by a kind of testing, bioassay. I have done some work on natural products, but without the target of getting the pure compound. This is for bioactivity. And sometimes you don't need the pure compound for it to become bioactive and also for it to become a product. Some of us will remember, I think in this same building last year, I think it's last year, okay, before elections in Kenya, we had a conference on CART. CART is miraa, and I think there's still a lot being done on the product and what you can make out of it. But I'm worried when people start to say that you make wine out of miraa. It's worrying. So as scientists, I think let us guide even entrepreneurs not to claim something that will end up making the product a laughing stock. Let us guide them in terms of science. These are the tools that we have. We have TLC, we have low pressure liquid chromatography, gas chromatography with various detectors, liquid chromatography with various detectors. And I've just put in this one because this is what our focus is going to be more, although we will try and say the reasons why. When we talk about the chromatographic systems, when you have your GCMS, LCMS, These are tandem systems because chromatography is a topic on its own. It's a method on its own. Mass spectrometry is a method on its own. We join the two, we link the two so that we can have the best of both worlds. The chromatographic system, a GC, can be simple or can be complicated. In terms of cost, or let me start by saying in terms of ability, chromatography is a separation technique. The aim of chromatography is to separate components in a mixture. That is all what you want your chromatography to do. And you have the option of using the different forms at different times. So you can use column chromatography, separate part of it, and then take that mixture into another chromatographic system. You can take it to TLC. You can take it to HPLC. You can take it to GC. But that choice and that way of thinking, so that you get the best of both worlds. When people come with samples, you find somebody wants his sample done analyzed using GCMS. You ask, why did you choose GCMS? And the answer is, I heard you have a GCMS in your place. Should not be a reason. You should have a sample that is aligned to a given technique. When I partition my sample from the crude after extract, have I thought about the technique to use? For NMR, I need a pure sample, a pure compound. Is that right? It has to be pure. For IR, let me say from old school, IR has to be pure. But new school, you can actually use it for groups of compounds. You can use it to determine saponins. You can use it for terpenoids. You can use functional groups for analysis, not for pure, but for crude in IR. For mass spectrometry, unfortunately, if you have more than one compound inside the mass spec, then the mass spec gets confused. It will give you ions, but where are they from? You don't know from which compound. So what goes to the mass spec should be a pure compound. But the advantage is now you have the HPLC, which is a technique that is aligned or focused to separation. So the HPLC can separate into those different compounds, and then they enter into the mass spec as pure compounds at different times. Gas chromatography, again, has the ability to do the separation. So once again, you separate your compounds and they enter into the mass spec as single compounds. If you can't get the separation using the chromatography, then the interpretation of your data becomes a nightmare. You will sleep, wake up, sleep again, and still you won't be able to interpret it. So that is the strength of these hyphenated techniques, the ability to be able to separate and deliver pure compounds to the mass spec. These are the different components, how you sample this sampling system. How do I inject my sample? That becomes a big limitation. It is a limitation because if your sample is a solid, then you have to dissolve it. If it can't dissolve, then here we have issues. Whatever you are trying to analyze has to be detectable by your detector. In this case, the mass spec. And let me say, although the mass spec is the universal detector, yes, but it only detects ions, right? So whatever you are trying to do, whatever goes there must be ionizable. Do I have the technique to ionize that? Okay. Can I ionize it? I now have a challenge. Somebody came to my lab and asked, can we analyze a gum? This is a plant gum. He says it has medicinal properties, they use it. But how am I? My interest is how do I analyze it? This gum has refused to dissolve in everything. It is a plant polymer, all right? It won't dissolve. Okay, it dissolves a little bit in water, but I did an ion scan using LCMS. There are no peaks. And I guess it's because I'm not able to ionize. Because these are sugars, and the sugars don't ionize in my source. So I'm not seeing it. I think it's there. And I know it is there. There is something because I can see a small color change, but I can't see a peak. There are no ions. So as you handle plant extracts, just know, as you have been discussing the whole week, that it is not as simple as taking a sample for analysis. Prof will tell you, it is not that simple. You will say the challenge is in the separations. Okay, you have done your separations, but if you don't understand the method of analysis, then you are likely to take any rubbish as data. And they do happen. Let me say, a mass spec most likely will always give you background ions. those of us who use mass spec. So the fact that you have ions there does not mean it has something relevant. It could be horrid rubbish. So we actually look at the number of ions that are being detected. And from experience, somebody came the other day with a sample and said it was done somewhere, and they were able to detect this compound. And just before, even before injecting into our system, we decided to look at the compound that they had been given that was there. And we found it's a plasticizer. It's rubbish. And they thought they had something. They had a compound there. No, you need to be careful, right? So, selection of which technique to use is critical, depending on what you want to do and the nature of your sample. If you have to decide that. Now, for most polars, when you do your extraction, the polars, when you have done a polar extract, we prefer to use LC for polar extracts. For non-polar extracts, we do GC. So if you did an aqueous extract, that sample was extracted using water, say water methanol, that sample is better analyzed by LC. Okay. Go back. So which compounds do we consider for GC? Very critical. GC samples have to be volatile. They need to be volatile. That's GC samples. GC samples, for them to be volatile, they cannot have, is it boiling points above 300 degrees. Remember, we have to heat the sample. So if it can't be volatile, then unfortunately, we can't see it. Number two, it will be heated, it cannot be thermally unstable. All right? Oh dear, I didn't bring my chart. So the sample cannot be degradable due to heat. It has to be thermally stable. stable. Because I'm going to do the
Also people online, they are not hearing you.
I'm sure you are driving. Have you ever been driving and then somebody says stop? You don't feel like stopping. You can't do it. So everybody wants. So I think this, yeah, this is on. So as I was saying, this question of what kind of sample, we have said it has to be volatile and thermally stable, right? It has to be thermally stable. The third one is it has to be detectable. You have to be able to detect it. So the column that you use will be in line with the kind of polarity of your compounds. When we are going to be using, trying to analyze compounds that are relatively non-polar, we use non-polar columns. These are like TX1, these are methylsilicon columns, TX1, TX5, BP5, there. Then, yeah. That's okay. Or DB, depending on where you like to buy your column. Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm trying. So, we go back. I was on column selection, depending on the kind of compounds. So if they are non-polar, I use a methylsilicon column. There is tell us in the lab, is it a polar extract or a non-polar extract or a medium extract? Then we know what to do. Instrumental settings. What settings do I use for my injector? What will be the conditions for my column movement? And also conditions for my detector. It is best to look at who has done this analysis or that group of compounds, who has done them and a published paper. And then we know where to start. Remember, if we have zero information, then the people running the instrument will spend more time trying to start from nowhere. So I always recommend have another column, have a publication of somebody who did something not exact, obviously. That's why your work is novel, but somebody who has looked for similar compounds, that group of compounds. And then we will set the equipment to those conditions and then work to fine tune from there. It is important also to give what kind of results am I looking for? Are they qualitative or quantitative? What kind of results am I? Is it just identification? Then I know what to do. If you say you want to quantify, can I do semi-quantitative for you? It is still possible. But I need to plan. You need also to think about that. As I said, you can stop me in a minute and ask. This is the GC, which we already, all of us know about it. The issues on here, the first issues come here on the mass spec. It is like operating two instruments in one. So the conditions for the column and what is required of issues of the column are very different from issues of the detector, the mass spec. And you also must be aware of the computer. For GCMS, we have a library. For LCMS, we don't have a standard library. This is something that, in a way, puts some people off. But I think we will see the strengths of each one of the techniques. Oh dear, I think this is an imitation from my friends. And then it's good to see it. I never thought I had carried it along. So once your sample is injected, it's separated in the column, ionized in the mass spec and detected. And it's only after detection of the ions that you will end up with a spectra, the chromatogram through the computer acquisition. That is courtesy of my friend Antheus. Here, I just selected the column that is most popularly used, and these are wall-coated open tubular columns. And we are looking at this column. There's siloxane, and really saying in terms of polarity of this compared to polyethylene glycocarbonates, also called PEGs. This is much more polar compared to this. I have already said like separates like, and this is very powerful and ensure that your column temperature limits. What is important also to know is every column has a temperature limit. If the temperature limit of my column is 250 degrees centigrade, and I operate this column at 300 degrees centigrade, what will happen? The column will be destroyed. The column will cost about 500, 600 US dollars, and that is the end of it. So very important to make sure that you use your column within the temperature limits. And the temperature limit is determined by the stationary phase that you have put. I give two columns here, both columns, and show the kind of separation that we are able to get for the same sample. This, the DB1, the methyl silicon, gives you not as good separation as the DB wax column for this sample, because this sample was polar. This is a polar sample. The film thickness, if you are going to use different columns, then the film thickness also determines the kind of separation you get, but also the thicker the film, the longer the retention time. The thickness of the film will also determine how much you pay. But because you have used more material, it also will determine the thickness of the film will determine how much sample you can put. If you put too much sample, and this is something that people who do natural products may not be aware of, that your sample needs to be diluted quite a lot before it can be injected. By injecting a highly concentrated sample does not mean you get better results. Two things will happen. One of them, you overload your column. Number two, you make your injector dirty. Number three, you get mostly your column, you also get dirty at the beginning. And thirdly, you are likely also to contaminate your detector, your ion source. So by injecting a dirty sample, say dirty, to the sample is over-concentrated, you are actually reducing the lifetime of many consumables in your instruments. So the sample has to be diluted. Let us see whether we can move faster. The other aspect that I actually ask, particularly for GC, is that I want to purify my sample using solid phase cartridges. This is because the solid phase cartridge will remove a lot of biomolecules, the tannins that maybe you extracted together with your molecules of interest. And if I inject these tannins, these big molecules into my GC, then I'll have issues, as I have said. So time and again, most of the time, I will say, what are you looking for? I'm looking for non-polars. Then let's devise a solid phase extraction so that we remove what we don't want. And these are available depending on, you can get polars, the ones with diols, you can get amino columns, you can get C18, C8, all these different packages are available. So we need to know what kind of molecules are of interest so that we are able to clean up on this. And it's only after that, those two bits, the C18 cartridge and then filtration. I use a 0.45 membrane filtration that we also make sure that my syringe does not block because of your compounds. These are some of the precautions that you hear. You've taken your sample, but nobody wants to analyze it unless you provide the direction on the C18. This is specifically for GC. This is for GC samples. You don't need to have a manifold. This is a manifold to do many samples. You can actually use just a syringe. This is the SPE, and this is the filter that I'm talking about, and this goes straight into the small vial ready for injection. These are the solvents used, and I won't spend any time on solvents. You people on natural products are the experts on solvents and the solvent regime. but you need to find the right solvent balance for your SPE, knowing what you want to pass through. Remember, as a recap, we said this is only for the non-polar extracts. For polar extracts, we use HPLC. I think I want to spend a few minutes talking about the mass spectrometer. I've talked about the GC. Now a little bit about the mass spectrometer. And the sample is introduced into the ion source where the ions are formed. That's where your sample has to become ions for it to be analyzed. And we have different analyzers. But for us, I think in Africa, we have many quadruples. Most of our instruments are quadruples, which are not high resolution. A few places have time of flight analyzers. We also have MSMS. That is the triple Q. That is two mass analyzers connected in series, with the third one being the reaction cell in the middle, so that you can do daughter ions. We have a few people with time of flight, the TOF mass analyzer. But this is, again, very useful for you, the time of flight, because it's the one for biomolecules. The single quad probably will have a limit of 800, 900, 1,000 Daltons. The triple quad will go to theoretically 1,900, 2,000 Daltons. The TOF will go to over 2,000, the time of flight. But if you have a QTOF, if you get a QTOF, it will do even up to 5,000, excuse me. I was saying the QTOF could go up to 5,000 Daltons. But then the Orbitrap will go even higher. So here in Africa, most of our systems, you'd be lucky to get to 2,000. So the detection of ions is another system, but the vacuum system can be really a problem. And I think at this point, I also need to say, all of us would like to have a GCMS and LCMS in our facilities. I say it is possible. There are instruments out there that probably it's possible to get a donation. But remember, you must have a way of maintaining that instrument. There is no need of buying a car if from the first day you'll be complaining about the fuel cost. There is no need of buying a car or getting somebody to give you a car, your brother or your sister, and then you can't afford even the tires. So that when after traveling for a few kilometers, you want a new set of tires, you go to the same brother who gave me the car. Can I get tires? 2 weeks, can I have petrol for the car you gave me? These are expensive instruments, not only to acquire, but also to maintain. Isn't it? Because of that, if you need an instrument, talk to your department, talk to your head of section, talk to the DVC, if it's the university, because there's no need of this instrument coming, and then you can't afford a power backup. The power backup will cost, in terms of Kenya shillings, say $500,000 just for power backup. The instrument cannot be installed in a room without air conditioning. So what's the need of the instrument coming, and then the institution cannot put air conditioning in that room? Air conditioning will cost over $1,000. So it's good to have all this in perspective, because we are researchers. I am aware of 2 institutions, I would say who they are, who got the instruments last year, but we are still waiting to have them installed, because these are LCMS, because the preparations required are such that the institutions had not allocated any budget. So just be aware, the transportation, if somebody gives you the instrument, the transportation to Kenya, I remember for one instrument, we have paid 2,000 pounds, about 2,500 US dollars, transportation from Europe. If you are complaining the transportation cost, will you be able to install it? So it is good for reality. So let us discuss this from a departmental point of view, so that we all want the instruments in our labs, but we must have a plan. of what to do next. So a GCMS instrument, how much will it cost for a new one, probably in Kenya? If I said about, is it 20,000 US dollars, 20, 30,000? I think 30,000 is good. 30,000 US dollars. This is when you don't have this problem of middlemen. So it's good that as we plan, we have all this in perspective. So we said for the mass spec, which is actually it's a critical component of our analysis. Sample introduction is critical. And that is why we are using gas chromatography, so that what goes into the MS is pure. What goes into the MS has been separated by liquid chromatography or gas chromatography. The vacuum system is critical. The vacuum system is critical. The vacuum, without vacuum, you will not have the detector working. So it is important to maintain vacuum. There is a maintenance schedule, how you maintain your pumps. We have two kinds of pumps in both instruments. We have the rough pump, which is outside the instrument, which we have to change oil. We also have rotary pumps that are inside, the turbomolecular pumps, which are inside the instrument. And let me start by saying it is possible to maintain, to have these instruments and to maintain them running within Africa. It is possible. May I say Africa south of the Sahara and above Limpopo? The two, but sometimes North Africa says we overrate what they have. So North Africa has better facilities than Central Africa. And South Africa has better facilities. So most of the time, we actually, in our systems, we have electron ionization. This is the most popular ionization systems for the instruments within the region. We also have electron ionization, ESI. This is for LC. This is the one used for LC. And now a few institutions have MAUDI. I know in Jomo Kenyatta biochemistry department, they acquired a MAUDI TOF for proteins analysis. In terms of the ion analysis, we have the quadruple is the most common. We also have triple Q. We also have a few Q-TOF. There are a few TOF. We also have ion trap in one of the institutions. These are the international institutions. The ion trap, the orbit trap, sorry, the orbit trap in one of the institutions. And I am told that an orbit trap can cost a minimum of 200, 300, 300,000 US dollars. Yes. $1 million. Yes, it will go even up. The lower one could be about 300. No? 700 to 800. Okay. Now you see $1 million. Can we start to get that in perspective in our heads? The cost of an instrument. We have one of the organizations, international in Kenya, that has an orbit trap, but I've not heard of somebody else within the region. I'm hoping that by next year, I'll have a Q-TOF, which will be an addition. So the ion sources, I think, for electron ionization, which is what we'll use for many of us. Let me say this source is very good, very versatile. However, you must know that it operates at 70 electron volts. I have a slide that shows what happens if you use a different potentials other than 70 electron volts. But for the library that is used, you can only use the international library, the NIST library, if you have used 70 electron volts. That's the source. Those are the different sources. That's the process. Yes, this is what I wanted to show. At last, there's a structure somewhere. If this one being benzoic acid, I will have the molecular ion at 122, and the fragmentation is such that I end up with this molecule at 105 after losing OH 17. And then 77. This is the spectra at 70 electron volts. If I use a different voltage, I will lose some peaks, some ions. And this whole region, even if I don't get the molecular ion, the fingerprints, the fragments can be used for identification. This structure, the fragmentation is not random of any molecule. It can be worked out. And there are trainings and workshops on structure elucidation and interpretation of mass spectra. Electron ionization spectra are very reproducible, and that is why they are libraries. These days, we have libraries for different applications that you can buy. But I know the NIST library is free. It is available. But if you are doing like natural products, you should, I don't know if there is a natural products library on electron ionization. Do we have one? Yeah. For electron ionization? Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. Yeah. Which is good because it's specialized. Those people who do pesticides have a pesticide library because that's what they are looking for. The spectra for the fingerprints of the molecules can also be used because we have samples sometimes where the molecular ion is not very stable. And because we are heating, then it fragments quite easily. But also using the fragments, you are able to identify your molecule. I say mixture analysis is difficult. And in terms of limitations, we must appreciate that if we have isomers, we may not be able to distinguish their mass spectra because they are basically the same. So just remember that where you have optical isomers, structural isomers, you will not be able to distinguish from the mass spectra. That is the spectra for benzene, and where the molecular ion is not present or very weak, it is possible to derivatize. I've not used the chemical ionization source, so I will not talk about it, but it's a soft ionization whereby you are supposed to have more stable ions, and therefore you are able to get the spectra of the molecular ion. As I go to my next set of slides, I need to say gas chromatography can only separate less than 30% of the available compounds. Less than 30%. However, we can see its advantages. And for example, for essential oils, it's very good. You can do even headspace, and the identification, the analysis is very good for essential oils using GC. LC-MS can be used for 100%. I would say 100% of the samples. I want to do something else. Yes. I want to spend just a little bit of time again on the HPLC. But a piece of warning. Don't transfer knowledge from GC to LC because it doesn't work. If you practice one technique, and please use two parts of your brain. One brain for GC. When you think LC, think something slightly different. And the techniques are both chromatography, but in LC, you are using liquid as the mobile phase. And in GC, you are using gas as the mobile phase. And let's just put that distinction, and therefore all what we talk about now is about GC, is about LC. LC in terms of now a very important parameter that we never talked about is the mobile phase for separations. The mobile phase is so important. What we need now, once again, for compounds to be analyzable by liquid chromatography is that the samples, number one, are soluble in the required solvent. And two, we can choose different columns, but they also need to be detectable. In terms of the mass that we can separate, here we are not very limited because we can use different separation modes. Therefore, the liquid mobile phase and the solvent to dissolve our sample now become very important in liquid chromatography. Those are definitions, I'm sure you are aware. Now, polarity. The polarity of our compounds and the polarity of our mobile phase and the polarity of our stationary phase now become very relevant. The interactions between our compounds that we are trying to separate, the interaction of those compounds with the stationary phase, with all that determines the separation. in simple language. I thought I would not get into equations because that's for another day. Many of us know where they are. So the issue of polarity now and interactions become very, very relevant. We have the two modes, the normal phase, LC, and reversed phase, LC. We must be clear which one we are using at whatever time. In natural products, you use both. However, reversed phase LC with MS. The reversed phase LC means that your mobile phase is for you may use a small amount of THF, but basically, and then buffers. We will need buffers. That is our dimension of LC now. And the reason why we need mass spec is because the mass spec will give us, without fragmentation, very little fragmentation, it will give us the molecular ion. Right? That is critical. Here in LC, we have very little fragmentation, if any. So we say none. There's no fragmentation. So we are able to get our ions. But sometimes life is supposed to be easy and then not easy. Because we have apart from the ion, we can have adducts. We can have things that join onto the molecule. We can have ions with more than one charge. Okay? Now, those are now some of the details. You can have ions with more than one charge. And remember, our mass analyzer looks at mass to charge ratio. So assuming an ion has a mass of 100 with a single charge, if it has two charges, it will have a mass to charge ratio of 50. Isn't it? So we have now to keep this in mind. We developed two methods then in LC-MS. We developed an LC method for separation, and then most of the time we develop also a method for MS-MS. These are the voltages that are required. I hope I'm not talking to myself most of this. So there are voltages. I think I will show you an ESI, which is what most of us use. These electron spray ionization. I'll show it towards, I think it's at the end. So you have to develop a method for the voltages. You have to develop a method to see or to be able to capture the daughter ions. The scan speeds, all these things, you have to develop now 2 methods. And for those of us hoping to get an LCMS or looking for one to use, today, don't ask for don't we prefer using an so the single so even it's who has okay. Could you okay then. Somebody has just made sure my slides don't move. Yes, please come and move my slides. the last person who was here. So I will leave this detail on the columns. This is on the kind of chromatogram. I'll just leave out part of this because we are all aware about it and how separation takes place. And this retention factor story, you need to understand when you don't get separations. What is happening? Why am I not getting separation? This is a question that comes in very, very strongly. You find somebody is trying to do LC and you are not getting separation. What is the issue? The percentage of organic, that is the strong solvents, in relation to the weak solvent. I said my stationary phase is C18. That's why I am talking about reversed phase. Okay, so my weak solvent is the polar solvent, which is water. Methanol is the stronger solvent. So I vary the percentage of strong solvent. Here, I have 50% acetonitrile. When I reduce the organic percentage, I reduce it, I get separation. As you can see, with 40%, I have some separation here. As I increase to reduce, you find I am getting better separation. So, and the retention time is increasing, which means that the solids are on the stationary phase for a longer time. Right? Remember, I only get separation because of the difference in affinity of my components between the stationary phase and the mobile phase. That is why I get separation. So by changing the solvent strength, I can have separation. By changing the solvent strength. And this is what selectivity is about. That is the difference in interaction between for the analytes, for the stationary phase. That is what selectivity is, which is the ratio of the capacity factors. So to get separation, having selected my stationary phase, I need now to change the solvent strength of the elution strength of my mobile phase. I think that is the message that I want to give you. I don't want to talk about a particular one because we can't get into so much detail. The role of the buffer is to make sure that my solids, the components that I have remain either ionized or non-ionized. That is the role of the buffer. The buffer is a very important addition in liquid chromatography. Let me see. I think I had that component of the buffer. Yes, the buffer also, remember your stationary phase has a pH limit. The use of buffers that precipitate, like phosphate buffers, is not recommended for LCMS. I have, where did I take it? Anyway, I'll see if it's, yeah, buffers. I want to be on this one. Yes. The buffer, this is the pKa, or this is the pKb of my buffer. I operate either this where it's non-ionized or where it is completely ionized, depending on what I'm doing. If I operate around here, then a small change in pH has a big change in the retention factor. And I've just said the retention factor determines selectivity. So the control of pH in LC is very important. But in terms of buffers, we must remember these are the buffers that are recommended. We either use formic acid, acetic acid, and carbonate. Those are the buffers that we use for LCMS. Others will give you problems. Now, so always make sure you either have that or that. The pH range, this one is the pKa of 4.8 and this is 3.8. But I operate about 2 units plus or minus the pKa value. That is where I operate from. Now, the issue of buffers brings in another problem. If you leave your instruments with a buffer after working the whole day and you come back tomorrow, you will have issues. The buffer will have solidified. And then you may have an instrument that will never work for you again. So it is very, very important. If you are using buffers, they must be flushed out of the system at the end of the day. Very, very important. If you don't do that, then I don't know what to say. Tomorrow you won't be working. There is somebody, this might not be a good story here, but there's somebody who left their instruments. I think they were being used by students, and they went home. The following day, he put on the pump and he heard a noise like something broke. And then many months after, they talked to me and asked me, can you help? And I asked, what happened? And I was given the story. And I told them, even before doing anything, you need to buy a new piston together with all the seals and everything. So basically your pump died completely. That is very critical, the buffers. Then there's other aspects. Make sure that you check the pH range of your column. If you operate outside that might be the end of your column. And your column could cost $1,000 or even more. So just be aware. Buffers, you have to use them, but you must know how to live with them. I promise to use, there is quite a lot of information because in terms of how you develop the method or your separations, gradient versus isocratic, it is very easy to do isocratic, but the method development takes a longer time, while as gradient is easier to use, but you need a better pump and better equipment. I want to show this slide. Because this is the interface of my eluents from the chromatographic system into the mass spec. And this is what we refer to as the electron spray ionization. And this capillary can also get blocked, but it sprays the eluent from the column through here, get ionization, and these cones are the ones that select only the ions. You have a pump here to remove the excess solvent, and also you need nitrogen. So you can't operate, this is at quite a high velocity for nitrogen. So you can't operate without a nitrogen generator. Without a nitrogen generator, you can't operate LC-MS. Buying nitrogen on cylinders is too expensive. This is a component whereby you should be quite confident to open and clean up the cones. And if the capillary gets blocked, to change it. If you can't do that in your lab, then your instruments will be down most of the time. Not because there is anything wrong, but it's just simple servicing. You must be able to do that, or you have an engineer around who can come and do that for you every so often. I really want, as I've said, there's quite a lot of material and I don't want to get involved, taking into consideration the time available. So I would like to stop there with 10 minutes and discuss any issues that we may want to discuss.
Thank you, Prof, for this detailed information. I guess participants, you have got a lot. And so this is the time you can ask questions if you need more clarification. I will start with those present here physically, and then the people on Zoom, please put your questions in the chat, and we are going to pick them, and Professor will have a response. So, questions, comments? Yes, Prof.
Thank you so much, Professor. Jack and Ja, it's really very informative presentation. I'd like to ask you about how much problem is maintaining the vacuum in MS?
Thank you. Thank you for the question on vacuum. This is really critical because without vacuum, you don't have an instrument. The two kinds of, number one, let me say, the instruments should rarely be switched off. This is because the starting and stopping, particularly the starting of the pumps, really wears them down. So don't shut down unless you need to. Even during COVID times, we never stopped our vacuum pumps. They were still running. And we had a shift of people going to the lab. The second one is, apart from electricity being not a problem, you need to change your oil. And keep checking, because anytime there is a vacuum change, you may get oil being thrown out. So you need to be checking the oil. I would say weekly. We have somebody checking them weekly, and we always have spare oil. Let me say, in Kenya, it could be a problem because it's a special vacuum oil. So I remember I've been buying it for 2,000 for half a liter and 2,000 Kenya shillings. That's about less than $20. But the last time I asked, somebody was actually trying to sell it to me for 7,000, the same thing. I told him no. Luckily, I had a trip to Europe. I bought some and came with it. And right now, I think I have more than 5 liters waiting at the airport for me to pick. So you have to think. But the other bit is there are spares that need to be changed in the vacuum pumps. These are the rough ones outside there, because those are the ones that will go. If those ones can go because of oil and maintenance on and off, the ones inside are a big issue. Please make sure they don't go by controlling that on off, also the quality of your power. That way they will last minimum, I would say, good ones, 5 years or more. Yeah, it's a big concern.
Yes, we have another question from Solomon.
It's not just a question. Thank you very much, Professor Anthony Gachanja, for availing yourself for our workshop. I know the original plan was for us to go to his center. We'll have demonstration, etc. But the logistics of Nairobi traffic did not allow. And what I want to tell the rest of us here, Professor Anthony Gachanja runs DCMS and LCMS workshops that are accredited by the Royal Society of Chemistry. So Professor Anthony has trained. How many of you are trained by him? Yes. A whole 1 week workshop where even if you are from Nairobi, you camp in at his place. And the training he conducts not only in Kenya, in West Africa, in Nigeria, and Ghana. And thank you very much, Prof. Anthony. I will want you to please talk to Professor Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry. They have a number of fascinating facilities, state-of-the-art facilities, and we are all from the developing world. We need to support each other, and we totally appreciate the effort you give. Pro bono, all these trainings are pro bono. Thank you very much. So there was a question.
Yes, 2 questions online. One is that can we work with more than 2 types of analyzers?
Which analyzers? I think the question is, can you have, these are mass analyzers, but that's why we have QTOF or QTRAP. For QTOF, you have a TOF connected to a quadruple. So the answer is yes. We have those equipments, and these are called hybrid instruments.
Thank you. But I think you wrote it down.
Okay, let me, this one for using buffers in LC. The lifetime of the column, can it be reduced? We have no experience in the lifetime of the column being reduced by the buffer. The buffer is usually at much lower concentrations, 10 millimolar. So usually the lifetime of the column. However, you have to clean the column properly after use, of course. Otherwise, if the column spent the night with the buffer, tomorrow morning problems, because the buffer you have crystallized. So it's not reduction in lifetime, but the buffers will kill it if you are not well cleaned. I hope that's enough. how much do one need to have essential oil sample? Very little, a few drops. We mean less than an ml for GCMS. 1 ml is too much. And in any case, we don't inject neat. We have to dilute it. So we are talking about very little unless we do headspace. The methylation step in GC, that is derivatizing, and that is usually for carboxylic acids, so that you make an ester. Where you have carboxylic acids, yes, you need to do methylation, which is esterification, which is a very simple reaction. The cost of analysis depends really depends on the facility you go to, because when you go to commercial, I think mostly the commercial rate is about, I've heard of $100 per sample. But well, it also depends on whether you are a student or somebody wants to give reduced rates. So weak versus strong solvents. This refers to, I talked about this for reversed phase LC. The stationary phase is polar, is non-polar. The stationary phase is non-polar. So anything that is stuck on the stationary phase, you cannot partition it into a weak solvent. For the solvent to be strong, it must have that ability of wanting, or of the solute wanting to partition into the strong solvent. So that is an organic molecule on C18. You then need a solvent like methanol to remove it from that phase. Otherwise, water will be the weak solvent. It is, where would that molecule want to go? It wouldn't, it's already stuck, it's organic, like dissolves, like it's stuck on the organic. And therefore, the organic solvent is the strong solvent. Water is the weak solvent. I know the confusion because water is more polar. Okay, but I think I've explained that. Only 30% of the compounds, because of volatility and that molecular weight cut because of temperature. That's why only a small percentage of compounds can be analyzed by GC. Volatility, molecular mass requirements. Thank you.
Yes. Any more questions? I still need questions. The online people are winning us. Those who are present physically here. Any more questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, Professor, thank you so much. I think what I've learned from his talk is actually like a technician. He knows LCMS and GCMS almost as what? As a technician, in most cases, when we are analyzing samples, we only use technicians and we actually don't know to do these things. But I think, Professor, you have challenged us that we need to know also some of these not detailed service of some of this equipment. There is one more question here.
Yes, there is the question of esterification of fatty acid isomer. Yeah, let me try and understand the question. Can esterification of fatty acid isomers of the same mass and different structures be separated or detected separately by GCMS based on retention time? If they are of different structure, if the structure is different, then the separation will be done by the chromatography. So chromatography, we can put the emphasis first of all on the chromatography because the retention times will be different. So although the masses will be the same on the mass spec, then that is a separation. And therefore you can distinguish it, particularly if you even have standards. So that is possible using chromatography to separate. I think for now, let us just leave complicated, because their mass spectra also has the ability to separate two peaks that are very similar, depending on also the resolution power of your mass spectra. But let us first of all just concentrate on saying using the chromatography is possible. But at the back of our minds, we say with high resolution mass analyzers, you can be able to separate very close eluting peaks.
Thank you, Professor. Let's join hands and thank Professor so much for this elaborate presentation. And we can always contact him to solve our challenges related to LCMS and GCMS. Yeah, we have saved some minutes, so Solomon will take over. If you have not picked your tea, please pick your tea and come back, because we are rolling into the last part of our day.
Good morning once again. I think we have had an excellent time together. As you realize, we are coming to the end of our 5-day summer school. We've been with many of you for at least 6 days now because most came on Sunday. So I really want to give my appreciation to all the participants, both here physically and online. We have had a very eventful session, very interesting presentation and talks and discussions. And we've also accomplished a number of things, like we have had MOU done between NAPRECA and comstech. So this is an excellent time for us as NAPRECA and comstech. We now have a marriage, I can say. That's what we put it in Africa. So we have a marriage and we need to look after this marriage. So I know there's a ring even. Okay, so now I would like to invite the partners who have worked together to bring this summer school together and for the success that we have had. I would like to invite Professor Sami, who was the partner from Egypt. And I'll ask him to say a few words to the participants.
Thanks for all of you. Really, your presence, your efforts has made this happen. I have to thank the wonderful team led by Professor Catherine and Professor Solomon for their wonderful efforts. Of course, all of the thanks for our partner from the comstech for the generous support, especially Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, his presence and his team presence, Dr. Atiyah, Dr. Yan, Dr. Khazima, and their participation also online from Professor Musharraf has made the caliber and the quality of the speakers in this summer school outstanding. Really, as I said in the beginning, thank you for all, and we hope to continue in collaboration and in networking. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Sami. Without Egypt in this collaboration, it would not have been the way it is. We really thank you and your team. You've really done us proud. We are now aware of how we can commercialize. And you know, just imagine it is a desert and they are selling hibiscus, teas, and all those spiced things in the desert. I think we need to learn a lot in the rest of Africa. So thank you very much for your example. Now, I would like to call the chair or the executive secretary to please say a word. You are the one who sort of put us together. Please come and say something about this partnership. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Catherine. Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal, Catherine, the chair, Dr. Catherine Kowa, chair, NAPRECA Kenya, Professor Sami, chair or representing NAPRECA Egypt. We have actually here the Assistant Executive Secretary of NAPRECA, Dr. Jane Namkowe. Maybe she should stand up. And we have Dr. Tuinomuez Hannington, the Program Officer. Those are the two who are assisting me. at the Secretariat of NAPRECA. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I think you very much agree with me that this has been an enriching week. This has been a special summer school, maybe for those in NAPRECA who have previously attended summer schools. I think you agree with me that this was a special summer school. We have not actually had in the history of NAPRECA 2 member countries hosting a summer school, and at the board meeting, when this came up, we didn't know how it was going to happen, but we said, let's try something new. And Sammy and Catherine know when we are trying this at the beginning, we didn't know how it was going to happen. We were like, are we going to have some people in Egypt? Are we going to have some people in Kenya? But through meetings, we were able to configure how this is going to happen, and it has happened excellently. The theme of our conference, of our summer school, phytomedicine, from bush to sheriff. I think you agree that the topics have addressed this. And so this should help us to actualize this, to move from bush to sheriff. The challenge now is, after this summer school, what happens? Will this die? Will we have products from bush to the sheriff? That's really our purpose. That is our objective. We want to see products from bush to sheriff that are a result of you attending this conference, so this summer school, this training. So I guess this is what I mentioned at my opening remarks, that this has motivated you, that from here, you can do things differently from these presentations, from the network we have built, that you can actually do something and towards having a product on the shelf. Of course, there are topics which possibly I can say not common. For example, metabolomics, business model and value chain, intellectual property rights. These are topics we always struggle with. And I think at the NAPRECA, we shall see how to again have, say, workshops can be online on how to further address this. Now, my real 2 main points I want to communicate here there are 2, and one I can start with one that I want to challenge you. What are you going to do different after here? I know the organizers have already formed an evaluation form, but I had discussed with, I think, Sammy, that maybe we want to add something, one more, that after we want to follow you up. You have attended, we want to follow you up. And it is you to commit yourself in that form. After 1 year, we want to check on you. Do you have a product on the shelf from the bush? Yeah. After 2 years, we want to check on you. Do you have a product from the shelf to the bush? 3rd year, 4th year, at least we want to see after 5 years, do we see the impact of this summer school? Can you say that I have a product because I attended this summer school? That's how we can gauge. whether this was effective or not. So we want to move toward that direction. And so that's a challenge to you, that when this form comes, think about it and think about how you can bring the product. My second point really is thank the people here, and I will start with the team from Comstech, led by Professor Dr. Iqbal. We thank you so much. I had mentioned this before after your talk. We are humbled by your humility. I want to tell you, I've attended many conferences, but when you get great scientists like Professor Iqbal, they will not attend for a week. They will attend for their day of the what? Of the presentation, and they will fly back. We thank you so much that you were here when we are opening, you are here when we are closing. It's really an opportunity. It has been an opportunity for all of us to interact with you. And we thank you so much. We cannot take that for granted. Yeah. That all of us here, if you have not accessed him, it's your problem. But I have seen many come and sitting with him and discussing. And of course, we also your team, Kazma, Young, and Professor Atia. Is that the correct pronunciation? We thank you so much. Thank you, Kazma, when you joined our team of the organizing committee. We thank you. You could not miss the meeting. We thank you so much. They didn't stop there, but of course they contributed financially, bringing these or these. It is not us, NAPRECA, who brought them, but they paid their tickets, paid accommodation. So we are really your partners, and we thank you so much. We signed, in relation to that, of course, we signed an MOU. Thank you so much. This is also was a historical MOU. This is the first time NAPRECA is signing an MOU with another organization. So we congratulate ourselves for reaching that milestone. And now the next is really how to implement the content in this MOU, so it doesn't remain on paper. I have good news. Catherine has already mentioned that we are now married. In African setting, when you are married, the next thing they're asking is the children. The children, they expect if you are married today, they will count approximately 1 year. They should have a child. But we are not waiting for 1 year. I want to inform you that Professor Iqbal has already told me that we shall have to start with 3 research fellowships, 3 research training fellowships. To visit ICC base, and also 2 technician training fellowships. This is very great. I think one of the challenges, as you know, in African countries is actually how to maintain equipment. You get the equipment, when even they give you a donation, maybe even not, the government is not buying it, but something comes faulty and you cannot repair it. So of course, this is very great for us, and we can restart with the labs which have already technicians with some knowledge, and these can be further trained, and then they can also train other technicians when they come back. So that's the idea. This, when you are trained, the knowledge is not for you only, but then you can also start training others and helping others. So that's the child. This is the great child, I think. We see, and we shall work on the modalities, how this can be done. I also want to thank the International Science Program of Uppsala University, ISP, led by Professor Peter Sundin. In fact, he's leaving this position. A new director has been appointed, and that's Professor Solomon Tesfadari. Yeah, he's the new director. And so we thank them so much because they have supported NAPRECA over the years. We can't thank them enough. But we are happy that we are also seeing another candle coming in. And that's actually their wish, that we can get as many people supporting us as possible. The third group I want to thank is the organizers. Dr. Catherine, Dr. Sam, Dr. Solomon, and all others, the team from here, Kenya, the IT. We can't thank you enough. The hospitality, thinking about us. Even yesterday when we walked and we had already reached at the hotel and we were meeting the bus, Catherine was calling, have you reached? Did the bus come? Thank you so much. You have really taken care of everybody, and every participant is really very happy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the commitment. For us who are here, we know it is easy for us because we don't move, but for you here, you are in your own country. So other things remain, the family remain, the workplace remain, but amidst that, you have committed yourself to this really workshop. And so we thank you so much. I thank the participants, both physical and online. Thank you so much. If we organized all this and you were not there, definitely nothing would happen. But we thank you so much that you attended online, physical, and what we wait really is the fruits from this. I can end by saying that, yes, those who are here from NAPRECA countries, I want to challenge you. You are the NAPRECA. You are the what? You are the NAPRECA. NAPRECA is not me, the executive secretary. NAPRECA is not the chairperson, but you who are from these countries, you are the what? You are the NAPRECA, and NAPRECA depends on you. So I challenge you that you must participate in these activities to make these chapters active, to make sure you attend meetings and encourage everybody to attend, because that's how the membership of NAPRECA is. If we don't have a chapter in a country, then we don't have NAPRECA there. Are we together? We know it has not been easy in some countries. The chairpersons have become the NAPRECA. And that means when they pass on or when they retire, then you don't have any other what? We had that challenge from Madagascar. We have a person from Madagascar here. Where are you? Yes, thank you very much. But this is now revitalized. But we don't want to go to revitalizing a chapter. We want the chapters to be active. And as possibly I mentioned at the beginning, that we are also looking at now opening NAPRECA to all African countries. This is now what the board is going to discuss, and soon we shall make a resolve on that. We are not only stopping in Africa, but as Professor said, now we have already formed a partnership. Possibly we shall be looking at Afro-Asian organization. So if we are not active, we are left out. And in fact, this, I know the board will have no problem of approving it, but we might like it to have our next summer school, which will be in 2024 in Pakistan. So Professor is ready to welcome us. And so we still have time also to prepare for it, because next year, as I mentioned, will be the symposium. We shall have the 20th symposium, NAPRECA symposium, in September from 19th to 21st in Harare, Zimbabwe. NAPRECA Zimbabwe will be the host. So the 2024 will be the year of the summer school, and we can plan toward that. So I cannot express really my sincere thanks, because the word means one thing. I can't say it 100 times, I can't say it 1,000 times, but I just say thank you. And wish you journey mercy, those who are traveling back. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much, our chair, executive secretary. That was actually what is in our hearts. You have just said what is in our hearts. And I also would not want to elaborate anymore. What I would like to do is to welcome to this podium our chief guest, key speaker, and now our chief guest, because of what he has done. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry. Karibu sana. Please have a word with us. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Professor Catherine, the wonderful team of the University of Nairobi for organizing an event which is almost perfect in all definition. My dear younger brother Solomon, for being the custodian of very important event and working extremely hard. Robert, thank you very much. You have spoken so well, and that you have actually defined the goals and objectives of what we intend to do in future. So thank you very much to NAPRECA team and comstech team. Hazima, thank you very much for working together with NAPRECA and local host for a very successful event. And ICCBS, thank you. Both girls are busy in doing something, so I don't know what they're doing. I just want to tell you that I am in deep love with Africa, really, because, you know, this is a continent of great intellect. It is a cradle of civilization, and the genuineness and hospitality and, you know, these human attributes of African people always touch my heart. And honestly, I would say that this is one of the reasons why I always love to come to Africa. You know, its wilderness, its chaos, its beauty all together make Africa a very unique place. Certainly a place one can very easily fall in love with. And comstech is also one of the organizations which is in love with Africa. So you'll find us everywhere. You'll find us from Niger to Gambia, to Uganda, to Mauritania, to Morocco, to now Kenya, Uganda, different places. And I think this is the reason why, Catherine, this marriage is done. And it was a very successful partnership. Though in the world of OIC, polygamy is allowed. We will try to be loyal with Africa and try to make sure that this newly wedded couple see prosperity and productivity, as you said, Robert, and that progenies would continue to take the message of this partnership in future as well. On a serious note, I want to tell you that we are the last custodians of nature, to be honest, because in North America, in Western Europe, most of it, you hardly find people working on natural product sciences. It has really long gone. They don't have nature and they don't have interest in natural product sciences. So we are the last custodian of this extremely important field. And I'm glad that NAPRECA is holding a fort and that NAPRECA, despite extremely constrained conditions, continue to benefit lots of young people. I think this summer school was a classic example of a very high quality event organized in very limited resources. To all credit to all of you. There's a very brief outcome which I gather that our emphasis should now be on product development. Our emphasis should be on presenting something to the world and saying this is what nature offers. But we also need to be aware of the fact that we need to do it with good science. You know, we cannot really be quicks. You know, we need to make sure the product are developed on the basis of hardcore science, a good quality science, and the good quality science was presented during this summer school. Many very prominent speakers have spoken about different techniques, and these techniques together bring lots of evidence and lots of science to this product development pursuit which we intend to do. So I think the emphasis on product development and emphasis of using science. So we develop something which is worth developing, something which we can present proudly to the world, say, and tell them this is science-based, this is evidence-based. This is extremely important. And then we need to move forward to protect intellectual property right, because there are a lot of biopiracy. You know, the whole world of North America and all that, they want to steal honestly, they want to steal the knowledge which we have and nature we have. They don't want to work on this, but they want to benefit of what we possess in terms of knowledge and resources. We need to make sure that we protect the intellectual property we have. And moving forward, I think we need to also develop entrepreneurship skills. We need to make sure that when we develop something, we should be able to do that in a logical manner. We know economic feasibility, we know about marketing, we know about branding, and we need to know all of it. So this partnership, which we intend to develop, which we are developing with NAPRECA, would actually include lots of these next steps. What is next? You know, even if you develop a product in your laboratory, how would you take it to the marketplace? How would you make it a brand? How would you be able to present to the world something which really makes sense? So this from IPR protection to entrepreneurship to attracting investment, all of it is extremely important, which we need to focus on. And I think this is what we would like to focus in our future collaboration. Just last few words, ICCBS would be very happy to host you. So we have discussed the possibilities of lots of different fellowships, scholarships, but even beyond, you know, if you really need something, please do contact us. And if we can do anything for you, we'll be very happy to do it, because this is mutually beneficial. We learn from you, and whatever we know, we'll be able to transfer to you. So it's extremely important. There are 3 users group. Professor Tia has mentioned about NMR user group. There's also mass spectrometry users group and X-ray diffraction users group. I would urge you to become a member of it, because these are very, very useful, small little initiatives which will be able to help you in developing your capacities in 3 very important aspects of good quality science in the field of natural product. Having said that, we're looking forward to see you soon, somewhere, but most probably, as Robert said, in Karachi, Pakistan, 2024. And even before that, many of you are coming because I recognize the faces who I would be welcoming in between in Pakistan, either in Islamabad or in Karachi. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Iqbal. We are really happy with this marriage. It's already beginning to look very well dressed, and we are looking forward to further interactions. Now, what really surprises me about Comstech and ICCBS is the way they don't segregate biologists and chemists, put them into different categories, like we see in many of our universities. In these two institutions, there is a good marriage between them. And you really don't know who is a chemist and who is a biologist, because they are working in that space that they are able to deal with all living organisms. And I think that's the way we need to begin to think of ourselves. Let's not just think of ourselves, I'm a biologist or whatever, because if you put yourself in those cocoons, you can't see the bigger picture. And I'm glad, Prof, that you're really showing us that direction that we should go. And in Africa, we'll try and emulate that so that we can move to the next level. We can't get products if we are in our cocoons. We really need that interaction. Thank you very much. So now I would like us to move to the next step, and it's going to be certificates. So we are going to give certificates, and we are going to do it in three levels. So we are going to have the participants first getting certificates, then we'll have presenters, and then we'll have the people who have supported us in ICT and presentation media. So I would like to invite Robert to assist us here. You give the participant certificate. You can come up. We'll either Solomon, you'll help us there. The participants, yeah. So I can read that. So Jane Namkobe, please come up and pick up your certificates. Huntington, please be waiting, ready, Huntington. Well done. Excellent. Huntington, then Christopher, please be waiting. At Huntington. Thank you. Christopher. Hazma. Brenda. Brenda Kinyi. Are you? Jackson Mutembe, please wait. Come, wait. So Brenda. Maureen, please come up. Okay, that's now Mutembe. Tony, next. Tony. Tony. Tony from Uganda. Ruth, I don't think you're here, Ruth. And Mark Kimani. Mark Kimani. Sorry. I think the other, oh, they are still. Hosea. I mean. Mena, please come forward too. Selena. Christine. Yarim. And Christine Nagawa. Follow up, please. Ibrahim. Elizabeth. And Beatrice Kihara. Swale. Idris. We are so happy to see Idris. He had such difficulties with his visa. It was so good to see him. Jerry Lydia. Nkurunziza. And Korir. Korir. I think the others. Thank you very much, Professor Robert. The next set is going to go to the presenters, and I kindly request Prof. Igba. So there is Mohammed Sayad. You will be received by Professor Sami. Sorry. So Professor Chanja, kindly come up. Thank you very much. Vivian Kimanzi. Can you pick for Paul Tanui, kindly come up. Eldan Solomon, director. Atia Waka. Eldan Evans. Otem. Sammy. Okay, Prof. Sammy. The Jackson. Munyoki.
You know, Egyptians can do anything. 5,000 years ago, they were bringing these 30 feet long rocks from, I don't know from where.
Okay, he's not there, we'll keep it for him. Mohammed Sayed. Mohammed, you're picking for him? Sure. Yes. Can you pick it for Mohammed? And Mohammed Sabre. Mohammed Sabre. Okay, good. Mohammed Sayed. Oh. Okay, we'll check. Thank you. All right, just a minute. We'll wait. Yan. Ooh, Yan. Ni hao. Excellent. Thank you very much. This is Jack Gidai, but he's not here, so we'll keep it for him. Musharraf. Sayed Musharraf. Good. Prof. Abby, you'll pick up. Kindly pick for Abby. Good, Solo. You can come and say.
And oh, this one is not there. Catherine.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, the next set will be for moderator. And I'll request appreciate the work you've done. Anthony, yay. Yuna. If you've looked at the university Twitter, it is buzzing. Kenneth Lawrence. Thank you. Joroge Aaron. Joroge. Thank you very much for participating. So, thank you, participants. Now, the online participants, we also thank you very much for your participation. I would like to announce to you that you will get the virtual certificates. So you'll get them in your email within a very short time. So thank you very much.
Sure. I think next week, me and representing NAPRECA and Hazima representing comstech will make sure you have your certificates next week. I will work on the details, then I'll share with you, Hazima, and then we'll give them next week. Sorry.
So thank you, all our participants. Now, just to wrap up, we have a few announcements. One, we are going to have a tree planting session immediately after we come from here in Chiromo. So we're going to have some ceremonial trees, and then we'll have the rest go into our small botanic garden. So we really want to remember you in this summer school in that way. And you know, a tree grows for life. It will grow well after you. So we'll really appreciate you making that gesture. Then the second announcement is that we are going to have an excursion to the village market for those who would love to. The village market is famous for its Maasai market. So you can buy all this cultural, you know, beads and so on from there. From the different, we have 42 different communities in Kenya. So you'll be able to get all that. There's also, there's care for. Yeah. Yes. I pronounce it Carrefour. So there's also Carrefour for those who would be interested to pick up something from Kenya. Carrefour is a big supermarket. Yes.
Things have changed. Things have changed.
Okay, so we really want to thank you. I'm not going to give the thanks myself, but I would just like to sort of wrap up and note the marriage that has taken place is now moving on, okay? It's now moving on. So within a few months, the baby will be here. We are very fast. We are, you know, there's genomics and all that is happening here. So the baby, so there will be that baby very soon. So I really wish to thank, I really must thank you, Professor Iqbal, for just your presence. For your presence and also for coming with such an excellent team. We have really enjoyed your stay here and our interaction. And I really also thank the rest of us who have been here. Without you, it would never have been what it is today.
I just want to, many of the people online in the Zoom have expressed their gratitude, but I just want to read one of them. And by Kiburi Murithi, he said, "Thank you so much, NAPRECA and comstech, for organizing the summer school. It has been very informative. God bless you. And what we do for ourselves dies with us. What we do for others and the world remains and is immortal." Yes. And many such messages online. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to call upon Paul Tanui to come and give the vote of thanks, and you give the final word of prayer.
So just for when we are going to the village market, we have to come back in a timely manner. You will be free to go in any of the shops, but by around 4, put an alarm on your phone. 4, you have to assemble where the bus will be. Otherwise, we'll be there until midnight and we'll not know who is remained behind. Okay. Thank you.
Wow. I would like, in the same spirit, to request kindly all of us to stand and give ourselves a round of applause for such an excellent, successful conference. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We can have our seats, and I will be very brief because even from the speeches that we've had, each one of us is giving a vote of thanks of some sort. So thank you, thank you. Allow me to start with our Vice Chancellor from the University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama, for being our host. I hope each one of you have enjoyed the 2 facilities we've had from the Confucius Institute and right here. Haven't we enjoyed? So thank you so much. The staff from UN, I'm sure you'll have a post-mortem meeting with him. Please express our gratitudes. Secondly, I would like to also acknowledge and appreciate our chief guest who was here. She gave her opening remark, Her Excellency Sakleen Seida. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. He's the High Commission of Islamic Republic of Pakistan to Kenya for officially opening this workshop, and we appreciate her very well. Third is to appreciate Professor Dr. Iqbal. I mean, when we were involved in the planning, I was just interacting with the name. I did not know who I was coming to meet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As the executive secretary said, in almost all the conferences I've attended, whoever gives the keynote address always leaves after the event. We truly appreciate your patience, despite all that you do across the globe. Spending a whole week with us is a total sacrifice. And from the bottom of our heart, we appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope I'll be one of those who will be coming to Pakistan, my chair. Note that. Fourth is to appreciate Professor Sami Abozid. Thank you so much. Representing the delegation from NAPRECA, Egypt, and also being co-planning for the event. We had several planning meetings. I had only interacted with you also virtually, and it was nice to see you, and I'm looking forward to also future collaborations with your country. Fifth is to appreciate our executive secretary for the NAPRECA team, Professor Robert, also for your patience and being with us throughout the event. As NAPRECA Kenya, we appreciate your leadership and we know that NAPRECA is going places. Thank you for the challenge that you have posed to us. I'm happy to indicate that the product that I presented is one of its kind. I'm hoping in our next NAPRECA meeting, we will have several success stories. Thank you for your leadership. Sixth is to appreciate the director, Confucius Institute, for allowing us to use their auditorium. It was a nice facility. Were it not for the blackout that we had, we would still be there. So we appreciate their team for allowing us to use their facility. Seventh is to appreciate the Director of Corporate Affairs from the University of Nairobi for, in a short notice, allowing us to use this facility. When we arrived here, we said it was a blessing in disguise because we enjoyed this space, a very nice view of our city, and we truly appreciate the directorate. Eighth is to appreciate all the presenters, all the participants, all the moderators, the ICT team, communication, driver, Chiromo Club for the nice meals that we have enjoyed. We truly appreciate each one of you. This success is because of all of you. And I will also not forget to thank our online participants for always logging in. I know there have been technical hitches, but we managed to resolve. Asanteni sana, that is from the Kenyan spirit. All the countries represented, Pakistan, Egypt, Nigeria, Madagascar, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Kenya, name it. I hope I didn't miss any country. Oh, sorry, Uganda. It is here. Sorry, I think I am overexcited. And China, ni hao, wa hao. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate each one of you. Last but not least is to appreciate the local organizing committee, the NAPRECA Kenya, under the leadership of our able chair, Professor. Thank you so much. Our vice chair, Dr. Suji at the back there. Our honorary treasurer in absentia, Professor Kerubo. Myself as the secretary, Tanui. And last but not least, our logistics manager, Dr. Derese. We truly appreciate each one of you. Asanteni sana, thank you so much. Now, I've been also asked to make the final prayer. And in the same spirit that we started, I would like a volunteer from the Islamic community to start off, and then we will have the Christian prayer at the end. They are so generous. They would like the other person to do it. I can have the two of you. Please, the two of you. You will agree here. All right, they say Professor Sami. Oh, okay.
Okay, let's start with Surah Al-Fatiha. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار صلى الله عليه وسلم.
All right, thank you. In the same spirit also, I don't want to be mean. I would like a volunteer Christian to come and close for us. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Daktari. Karibu.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, shall we pray? Everlasting Father, we thank you for your mercy. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this summer school. We thank you for whatever you have helped us to achieve. We pray that wherever went wrong, forgive us. And now as we close and go back to our countries, we ask that you protect us, cover us in the Lord's Christ, Lord, help us, that we shall achieve much more to the glory of your name. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name I prayed. Amen.
Asante sana. That is, thank you very much. Na Kenya hakuna matata. Thank you.
So, kwaherini, kwaherini. All who are traveling, you'll go well. The ones who are remaining, stay well. Thank you.
Yes. So the bus will take us to where we plant the trees. And then thereafter we'll have lunch at Shromo Club. And then we leave to the village market. And the people online, we are very, very grateful. Despite all the challenges, you've been with us. Thank you so much. See you in another event. Asanteni sana. Bye-bye.
Those who are still interested in getting my product, the hair product, I'll be at the back there. Thank you.